Ooh. As soon as I press live, my phone goes off. Let's mute that. Vibrate. Stop everything going nuts. Cool. How is everyone? Hopefully audio's alright. We'll give it a couple of minutes before we start. And we can hop in. Is there anything I've got to clean up in the meantime? Don't think so. Cool. Hopefully you can all hear me alright. Volume levels will be good. Discord. YouTube's. I think now's probably a good time to just get into it. So, pretty much the goal is to basically build on this. So, I'm kind of like the template. If you don't know, the template works by using a struct. So, it's got a couple of structs that allows you to change player settings as a developer, but then you can also use these structs to change settings at runtime. So let's say you start a game and you want to change or you want to stop the player from moving. Let's say they're in a cutscene, you want to keep them stationary. You can select that, and you can do it through code, and then that allows you to kind of like have full control over it while accessing these in the settings menu. But to modify these when you're testing, you have to open up the character settings and then change them in here, then save, and then kind of go back to the level and test. So I'm wondering if we can use editor utility widgets to kind of skip that part, but I'm not entirely sure whether these link up to structs. So I've kind of just put something together real quick, and the idea is to just go from there. Um, Rajdeep, hi, I love your content, especially being VR specific. Thank you. It wasn't supposed to be VR specific when starting out, but it's kind of there now. I'm hoping to change that around soon, do some more AR stuff. I think that'd be pretty good. Cool. So I think, just to jump in, it's probably best to see if we can actually get these values to do something to the struct. And to go from there. So so that's our main one. Add a utility widget. We got the struct here. Can player move? It's probably the best one to try this. Is to see if we can get this to change status, and then if it is, we see if we can update the struct and get a readout from it. Um, let's just do a print string. Don't know if will that work. Hey, it does. Cool. I was about to say I don't know whether print strings will work because it's an editor utility, which is cool. So we know we can click on that. We can set it. So what we need now is to get struct. We might need a variable to it. Set member. Character settings. We can. Cool. This might actually be much easier than I thought. So can move player checked. That's going to error out. Must be connected to struct you wish to set. Current value of the struct reference pin. So this one. Current variable, struct reference. Rajeev, or did you just say AI using Unreal? Might I glue myself to this channel if so? Zero liability AR content, unrealized online. 100% purchase a course AR content. Yeah, so I'm currently doing an AR project with a client, and the idea is that once we finish that, hopefully the end of this month, we can sit down and have a chat about some stuff that we worked on and did for AR. So we did it with the Lenovo tablets, which I've got under my desk. Um, just using Unreal Engine 5.2 to build a full AR QR code scanning project. And then after that, we're going to look at doing some tutorials or going around that way. So there should be something coming out. That and mixed reality as well. I've just got a lot to do and not enough time to get it all done. But that's the plan anyway. Come up with a project that's pretty cool, fun to do, and then can make some tutorials on it. Cool. Can play jump. That's probably the best one to do. Can play jump. So ticking these and then going from there. Look forward to it. Wicked. On pre-construct or tick. Tick's probably easier for this. Because what I want to do is I want to get the struct. I want to get the member. So break. And then use these values. So this is going to be like a pretty complex blueprint. Or it's going to look more complex than it actually is. But I think for now, we kind of need that. Checkbox 0. So play a move. This is the stuff that's just going to be super tedious, which is why I thought I'd do it on stream. Stop myself going crazy while nobody's home. Cool. Can player move? Can player move checkbox? So, can player move checkbox? We want this. We want to get and then set is checked, and then event tick. Probably just going to need a massive sequence for this. And then can player move. So the idea is that if I hook this up like so, even if we change the values in the struct itself, that hopefully it shows up in the editor utility widget as well. So can player move, tick that, save it. I didn't update. Ooh. Nothing's ever gonna just work first time, is it? I wonder if there's a way to update utility widgets. We basically need to tell utility widget to refresh. Level utility. So I don't know. I thought I would have done it. So if I print string from this, are we getting... So it is updating, it's just not setting. So... Also, by the way, if anybody's watching this that has the template already, this version is very, very different to what you currently have. I've been working on a whole bunch of updates for it, so just keep that in mind when watching the stream. It's gonna be very, very different. But I'll do some new documentation and all that to try and keep it up to date so you guys know what's going on. Okay, where am I? Here. This is updating. Set is checked. Is that the one? Checked state. I'm setting the wrong one. I've got a feeling set checked state is going to be what I'm after. Uh, checked state? Such a pain that it's not a boolean. Uh, Basically, need if this is true, equals true. Set that to. I was hoping to keep this like super simple to read, like improve readability. But this is going to be a branch, and then if it's checked, set it to checked. If it's not, set it to unchecked, and then have it like that. Oh, I think this is going to look terrible, but because it's an editor utility widget, I think we can get away with it. Character settings on, save. No, update. Come on, Unreal, you're showing me up. Let's just plug this into there. Unchecked, checked. So this isn't updating it. Character settings in the game instance, which I'm pulling in. I wonder if I could do that. If I get them from the game instance, whether that would work. Oh, I really want this to work. The game instance isn't even going to begin. It's not going to exist until I start the game, is it? YouTube live chat is always wonky. It needs to open the video twice to chat. Huh. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. Not sure what's going on with the chat then. Changing the struct. But it's not. There's got to be a way to change a struct from a editor utility widget. It's either that or I just set it. I don't read it. Then again, I've got to read it to set the default values. Do it. We know it's reading unchecked, and then if we set it here, it goes to checked. So that's fine. But this variable isn't updating when I change the struct itself. But I thought it would do. Can't play a move, save. And then go from there. Can I just do like a... No, even rerunning it doesn't do it. That's an easy way of doing this then. Let's close these so we don't need them. Checked. Event tick. Break. Get struct? You gonna do anything? Unchecked, checked, no. See, I don't even need to play it. I just need to get that variable out of it. Why are we not doing it? Ah! Please compile in Blueprint. Struct. It's asking me to recompile each time, but it's still not doing it. So I might not be able to do it. If I need to change that variable, but I don't want to recompile this struct every time, or this blueprint. Can you recompile a blueprint from an edit the utility? What's this? Compiles the given blueprint. Did I not set self? Does this count? No. I'm guessing this doesn't count as a blueprint. What does it? AUW. This is gonna be really bad practice. That's probably gonna break it, isn't it? I should try this. See if we can do this. Compile. It's technically running. Nope. It's just crashed. Oh, crap, I might, if it's stuck in a loop, I might have to delete that whole blueprint. It's not the right project. It's all video. Rajdeep, I know it's not an unconventional question for YouTube chat, but is there a way to contact you for business collaboration inquiries for budgeting projects? Assuming you're, I'm totally up to that. So it's pretty much what I do full time. There's an email address on the YouTube channel where you can get in touch, or you can go to www.gdxr.co.uk, and then you can drop me an email through there as well, and then I can get back to you. But at this point, pretty much everybody comes to me from all over the place. Discord messages, LinkedIn, pretty much any way you can get in touch with me, really. But it's probably emails best. No, it deleted it. Okay, set member checked. And then we did compile blueprint. What I might do is just create a refresh button. If I do a refresh button that we have at the top, then we can select that and we don't have to run the compile code on tick. That'll probably be a much better option. Why'd you guys make me do that? Go to the top. There we go. Text. And refresh button. Okay. So we then have struct get break, then move tick box, can player move, get set. Is it checked state? Which one was it? Checked state, yeah. That checked state branch, and then we want the refresh button, which I didn't name apparently. Oh my god, it's super itchy nose. btn underscore. Did I name the text box refresh button? Oh, I did. That's why I messed up. Then you that, and then this that, and then everyone's got that, and I just control save. Ah, thing's gonna make me crazy by the end of the day. Refresh button on clicked. We've got you. Then we can compile blueprint, and we want to compile ourselves. So, AUW underscore character settings. Compile. Cool. And then refresh button, and then these ones can go off here with a sequence. Okay. Struct. Try and keep this somewhat neat. Control C V up. Go checked. Compile save all. We then run the other utility widget. Well, that doesn't seem good. So why is it crashing? So the question is, am I just using it wrong and that's why it's crashing completely? Because it's open. Oh my god, why did it do that? I am in the right one, aren't I? Just oh, there it is. I thought I deleted all the code. Okay, so this is Got to be something to do with this compile blueprint. What I'll do is if this doesn't work in here and it crashes again, I'll try moving the code to the player settings and then we'll pass it through. Okay. Okay, I'm probably just using that node wrong. We'll keep try. We'll try a couple more times and see what's happening. This is the one that's crashing. I'm wondering whether I can remove that, move the refresh button, put it into this one. Uh, refresh. Give that 5 spacing. So annoying when it does stuff like that. Cool. Refresh button. Open. Unclicked. And then compile a given blueprint. Blueprint upgrade tool. Settings, character settings. Compile character settings file, save all. So run utility widget, then blueprints, data, character settings, and then keep that there. It's gonna. I've got a feeling it's gonna crash again, but it's worth testing. So we change can player move in here. That's not going to update because it hasn't refreshed the blueprint. We press this one. Didn't update, but it didn't crash. That's a good sign. It means I don't think that's doing anything. Character settings. Or because that's not plugged in. That's ticked. Hey! Clicked. Event begin construct. We compile. I wonder if I could do like a timer, like refresh the window every. I don't know. It's probably easy to just keep a refresh button, isn't it? Ticket, refresh, and then it's updated. That's so much better. And then if I untick it, I haven't set it up to set it back down. So let's try that. Set members instruct. Player move. This is the one where I'm not too sure whether it's going to translate back to this. The wrong way, isn't it? That members print string. Luke's film. Just thought I'd jump on and say hi. Just got UX 5.3 to work with. Awesome. Though can't get passed through working alongside the mixed reality toolkit yet, version 60. Managed to build an AR demo just before Christmas with ghosts spawning on the walls you could bust. Trying to rebuild in 5.3 so I can use the mixed reality toolkit, relighting features. It should be pretty similar setup. You probably could try migrating the old project to 5.3 and then adding the mixed reality toolkit in there as well. Because you can use the mixed reality toolkit with the original stuff. Because I'm going to be making some more videos for the Patreon tomorrow on it. And hopefully tackling that as well. But it should be alright to set up. It seems like a lot of people are a bit touch and go with whether 5.3 is working for quests, which is very strange. It also makes it really difficult in Discord when I'm like, it works. And everyone's like, no, it doesn't. And I'm like, I don't know why. But yeah, I want to play around with the mixture reality toolkit tomorrow. I was working on a whole bunch of tutorials for the original version, for like the old stuff. But now it's just kind of pointless to do that. So everything I've already done, I'm probably going to have to remake. So I'll be a busy day tomorrow, which is why I'm trying to fight this today. Because it's pretty much the one day where I've got the entire day to just work in this. And I'm like, yes. That makes sense. I was wondering if it was OpenXR being enabled. So OpenXR needs to be disabled with 5.3, especially with the MetaXR plugin, because they messed something up on their end and it's just been a nightmare since. Change can player move. Print strain. Hmm. I need to update this on the struct level, otherwise it's kind of pointless. I thought I had it working. What did I do different? With the toolkit in OpenXR, I was able to launch a VR project, mobile, remove the plugin, then wouldn't build. Might be worth dropping by the Discord for the quest channel and putting some stuff in there. Because that way you can have either videos or screenshots, and then we can keep a list of what's going on. Excellent. Yeah, so we got the quest channel. It's probably the best one to drop by into. But I didn't work with VR. I think it said something about the VR porn OpenXR dependencies. Oh, there's. Oh, I don't have it in this one. But I'm pretty sure there's a thing on begin play you can just remove. And you can go from there. I forgot about the Discord. You should definitely drop by the Discord. I think we've got like 2,000 odd people in here now. Um, I can never remember how to check. But yeah, we got a few people in here. So what the hell am I doing, and how the hell am I doing it? I don't know. Oh. This is only done on refresh. Does begin event construct? Basically, every time I press the refresh button, it's going to restart, and then that would be the construct. Refresh. What did I do with the little window? Where's it gone? Have I lost it? Blueprints. Data. Characters. God, I thought this would be like super easy and I'd be halfway through it by now. Nothing ever is it? Refresh. Cool. Refresh again. Nope. Refresh. Cool. So the struct updates the widget utility, or the utility widget, but the utility widget does not update the struct. This is going to be a problem. It's going to get all out of line. So what I'm wondering now is if I use the editor utility widget to change the settings in the game instance, that would be fine. That would update. But it's still not going to update the original S character settings. And as soon as you press refresh, it's going to change them all back to default. Oh, 2 seconds, guys. I'm back. We got Amazon parcels, apparently. I forgot what was getting delivered. That's handy, cheers. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take a look at it and then see what I've got. You said I got a toddler. We just to buy crayons off Amazon. Because you can't seem to get them anywhere else. Cool, let's get back to this. Rather than looking at Amazon packages. So we're going from the struct to the editor utility widget. The editor utility widget can change everything else. I don't even know if the editor utility widget is actually updating the stuff in the player settings anyway. I've got a feeling I'm going to have to go to the game instance for that. Doing get game instance. Has to be our game instance. Get character variables, which is what these settings are called. Do that one. And then from there, construct, we get the character settings that are set in the default. Because I know this struct affects the game instance, which is fine. What I could do is just have a refresh to original settings. So in this one, have this as update, and then have a refresh to default. That would work. Might be a little bit confusing, but I think once you play around with it a little bit, it probably become more intuitive. Work fine. So this one, we're still getting the default settings. Do refresh, character settings, select. That's not updating now. That'll be because it's getting the one from the game instance. Does that just do it? The hell have I broke? What? We were working a minute ago. That updated there. But now that's not the same as can player move. What? Or did I not save it? Oh, I'm still running it. No, that shouldn't matter. I am gonna go crazy. Get game instance, VR game instance. Struct. Cool. We get. See if that one works. And then checked, unchecked state. Fresh. Okay, why are you not working? What? Press refresh. We compile the character settings. Is it because I'm doing event construct? No, we just had that working. Unchecked state. Set members. So that's when the button is pressed. We set the member. But on construct, let's just try this. This passing fail. Am I? What's my game instance called? It should be VR game instance. I'm not going crazy, am I? VR game instance. This is going to be a brain scratcher. This one. Get game instance, VR game instance, and then we go through. This isn't firing, which makes me think that this is failing. That's failing. Since that's failing, it means we can't get the game instance until we start the level. So that's out of option. Get. And then construct would work for that. And Make construct. So that's back to it. So if I change this option now and then hit refresh, it updates there. I think this struct has to just be like the default. I could use this as a developer thing and just be like, make sure to make this match your struct before you ship it. But that just seems like an extra step. It's cool that we can compile blueprints, though. I didn't realize we could do that. Should we do the movement type and then we can get the headset out and test it? Combo box string. Where are you? Dupe. Get. What's the easiest way to do this? Because I need to change this here. On selection change, we get the struct, we set member, set movement method. What info do we get out of that? String to you, enum string. Just on mouse click. Okie dokie, you're not the right one. Selected item. Okay. That's good. Switch on string. Can we just do that? Default. Doing that one. Print string. You. Okay. It's gonna work. I don't know why I keep doing that. Refresh. Nothing's going through. So you're not firing. You're gonna have to be name sensitive. Okay, how have I spelled teleport? Because my spelling is horrific. 2 L's. I'm pretty sure it's 1 L. Teleport worked. Shift didn't. So I've got to name these the same ones. Um, that's not the end of the world. I'm going to copy and paste some of these though. Control C. V. Because this is definitely faster than me typing them, that's for sure. Although I probably could have just typed fly. Up the end. Cool. Let's see if this is doing it. It's going to be easier to test this option than the moving one. Like that. And then I got smooth locomotion twice. Did I put the default value in there as well? Selected option, yeah, I messed that up. Project for my final year project in university. By any chance is it possible for me to request with you for VR template for educational purposes? Not right now for educational stuff. Um, I'm working to get licenses sorted for it, but I can't offer it at the minute through anything other than Epic. Although if you are after the template, it is available on the Patreon for a lot less, but it's a monthly subscription, and it'll be moving to the thank you tier soon. So if you're after it, it's probably the best option right now for a student. But Epic don't like me telling people apparently. Okay. And then we set the movement method. To be honest, this could act as a non-destructive way to change project settings, especially if it doesn't affect the actual character struct that I've set up. And then you could take this one and at the end just make sure these options match whatever you're going for in here. Just make sure not to do refresh. I might be able to do a different button, so like you press refresh and it's like a warning to go from there. Thanks, Ethan. Just a heads up, my name's not Ethan. It's Jonathan. Luke's film. Highly recommend the Patreon. Thank you. I'm trying so hard this year to just make so much more content for it. I'm gonna try and do some Patreon only streams and that. I'm sorry. It's alright. It's alright, not the end of the world. Um cool. I'm changing the settings. I've got a feeling as soon as I press play, nothing's gonna change for the player with these. If that's the case, I'm gonna have to cast the game instance and set all the variables there. But I'm not sure. Oh, how's that gonna affect the I don't know if this was a good idea or a bad one, but I'm starting to lean towards maybe bad. Problem is though, if I can get this working, this would be like so much better for development. So the thing is, this year I'd like to make my own game. So the idea is to get the template to a point where I'm happy with it, that can help develop stuff faster. And I think this is one of those options where it's going to be quite handy to have. So figuring it out now and giving it to everybody is going to be pretty good anyway. I'm going to grab my headset, so I'll be back in a second. See, look at that, just a second. Cool. Where's me wires? Look how Patreon subscription work. Is it I subscribe, I can access all content. You can access the content that's assigned to that tier that's in Patreon. You won't be able to access anything above that tier, just the things lower than it. But but right now the mega thank you tier is the one that I'm kind of moving towards for a lot of the extra content and stuff. But the thank you tier does have an old build, or it has the most current version of the GDXR template up on there. But I think when this update goes live, it's going to move over to the mega thank you tier, just because it's one hell of an update that I've been working on. For example, here's my list. So this is kind of updates and bug fixes in this column, which will load up. So this is kind of the bug fixes that I've been working on for now for this template, and then this column is all the additions. So if you keep an eye, what's going on? There it is. So this column is all the new additions and changes that I've made. So the next update is going to be pretty massive to hopefully make it worth it. And then I'm hoping to add this in there as well. But we'll see how far we can get with it. To be fair, I can jump in and kind of show what's in here. Where's Oculus? Oculus is loaded. That's fine. Quest link. Let's load this up. Clean me lenses. Oh my god, it's such itchy eye. I'm pretty sure I got a hair in my eye and it just keeps really annoying me. Cool, I'm in. So I'm gonna have to restart this because I'm still in 5.1. That's the other thing as well. After this update, I'm going to be moving to 5.3 just so I can keep up to date with it. Because I know 5.2 and 5.3 already require some changes compared to this template. So I've got to move that over. And then there's some float stuff that's been changed in 5.3 that's going to get deprecated. So the idea is to move after this update to 5.3 so I can then kind of hit the ground running and make it easier for everyone. But I wanted to get all this update in there for 5.1 users and then 5.1 and 5.2. So if I jump in, we've got a new screen fade system, which is much cheaper on performance and easier to use. I've disabled movement, so now I can no longer move. Is that overriding it? I can't move by default, so why is that not doing it? Settings. That's all done by default. Why can I not move? Okay, I think I broke something. Oh my god, my eye. Let's untick that for a minute, see if this works. What the hell have I done? That's working. How do I keep breaking things? Game essence, character variables. Oh, by the way, before somebody says can move is set to false, it's meant to be. Did I not change? There we go. Basically, I've been doing a huge update. So rather than all the code existing inside of the player character now, it now exists inside of a player controller. So let's say we want to have different characters that we can respawn into. I can actually do that now. So disable movement when screen fade happens, and then we fade back in, or at least it should do. Come on. This is the problem when you're testing stuff. Keep you there. This is why I haven't put anything out for this update yet, because I'm still working on it. Money. Okay, that's fine. And then fade in. She should be fine. Let me double check my code. I was working on this before I went out the other day, so that's why it's not connected. What are you doing? Come on. Basically added new examples for respawning. So the idea is you can fade in, we can fade out, and then we stay exactly where we are, so we can respawn the player. And then we should be able to see our hands. So we can see hands through the sphere. Which is not right. What's going on? Every time I want to show someone something, I always break it. What did I do wrong? I thought I fixed this before I went out yesterday. I was messing around with it. Okay, do once, we hit the button, do once, we fade out. So this is the benefit as well. We can actually tell the player to fade, and the player doesn't care what's going on. So you can kind of control it from anywhere. Get current player character. Get our new character. It will transform. Controller, we possess it. Destroy the old act. And then we use that to switch. How the hell did I break this? I'm 100% positive it was working yesterday. This is what happens when you're just making it up as you go. Fade out. I need to figure out why they're not fading in. We're not destroying the character that I've got. So, we do the fade out. Game instance. We get the player character. Let's test to see if we're actually firing this bit. Fade out complete. Fade out complete's not firing. So, to game instance. Fade out complete. Ah, is it because I did this? I think it's that bottom one. I think this is the line that I was messing around with yesterday. I tried to put all the fade in length timers in here to make it easier to work, and I've got a feeling that's just not firing. So what happens when you're like playing with code and then you have to leave like halfway through? You're like, I think I've got it. I think it's working. You're like, no, it's not. It's just not doing it. Cool. There, false. Yeah, it just doesn't go to true. Okay, let's debug this real quick. Game instance. I can't remember what the value was that I was aiming for. Fade in length. I've got a feeling it should be 0, and I'm waiting for it to be greater than the value that it is, which is 3. See if that works. There we go. And now I've got a different character. The goal is that you can do it. Oh, again, that didn't do the do once. Cool. So really now what you can do is you can kill your character off, and you can have them respawn, and you don't have to worry about losing any information. Because it's all done through the character controller now, which is also persistent between levels. So let's say you've got a character, so you've got Manny and then you've got Quinn. Both of these characters can have different health or different actors attached to them, different things, but the logic for the player all exists inside of the player controller. So now if I open up the character Manny, which is the parent class, you only have the one graph, and a lot of it's been kind of removed from here. So it basically cuts it down and makes it more manageable to work with and easier to understand. But I'll do documentation. I'll make some videos on it because I've got a feeling anyone watching this is confused. But it essentially allows for easier respawning of characters. It's better for multiplayer, but it works for single player games as well by being able to kill the player off and not have to restart the level to respawn it. There, we can just create a new character and then go from there, so we don't have to worry as much. It's a whole thing. It makes sense. Cool. Tap button. And then figure out this logic as well. This might fire more than once. Okay. Yeah, do that again. Or is it because I overlapped the thing? It might be because I overlapped that twice. Cool. This is one of the coolest things that I've added in. So let's say I want to jump up there, I can look where I want to jump, and then I can press the A button, and then I can actually jump. Oh, yep, yeah, and do like a time dilation. Also, VR hands are now actually detached from the controllers when you're climbing. So if you move the motion controller too far away from the hand, it automatically detaches and snaps back to your hand, which feels really nice when climbing. Oh, so that I can jump and then grab different ledges. It'd be cool if I could get a way to snap the hand to the surface without using physics. But with this time dilation and slowing it down, it makes it really fun to just kind of climb around. Grab the ledges as you go. I'm stuck. Well, I might have to make a way out of here. But yeah, working on a whole bunch of updates that should hopefully make it look pretty cool and play a lot nicer as well. There we go. Now I can get out of there. One other thing I did. So where is it? Optimization, shader complexity. I've now modified everything to be as good on shaders as possible, even the UI elements. So I've improved all of those, and the screen fade as well went from being pretty awful to now a nice nice green. So if I take the materials, where is my fade and tunnel? I can go to shapes, sphere, bring that in, fade tunnel. So this is the material let's use for the camera fade. And then if I check this now, it actually comes up as a really nice green. So we can use that for mobile fading, and we don't have to worry about the performance or anything. It's gonna work quite well. And I built that all in with a dynamic. Which one was it? Material parameter collection, so it's not creating dynamic materials anymore. So it cuts down a lot of code, and it's removed a lot of code as well, which is really good. But yeah, let's fix this for now. I could keep going. I've made so many changes to this thing. Beeping their horn outside my window. Oh, that's so annoying. All right, I think they're gone. Um, cool. This is the cool thing as well. So I have got the players to change, so you can have different characters, and then because of the HUD setup, which is going to be on by default now, it means when I change the character and we fade out, I can actually have it read like display a message. It still needs a bit of work and maybe a delay for like the complete, but we can do quite a bit with this one. And you can see this character doesn't have the holsters attached to it, which they should be, I think. Or I might have turned them off. I think I turned them off for something. But yeah, it's getting there. I need to do this one so we can actually press the button and then move the platform up and down. But it's pretty much been a whole bunch of back-end stuff to get this all working. So previously as well, with the climbing stuff, if you grabbed an actor, you can move really far away from it, and then it would keep the hand attached to it. Where now, if I move my hand away, it should have let go. What is going on? Today is not my day. Bug fixes everywhere. Let's focus on one at a time, and we'll come back to the edit the utility widget while I have a think about what's going on with it. Okie dokie. Tap button switch. Do this. We switch the characters. I'm just going to remove those messages because it could be inside of the player rather than here. Because really, this doesn't need to know about that. Reset. Do once. I'm going to do a delay actually. Let's say 1 second. Actually, what I could do, game instance. Do that and then get the fade in. Sign fade in complete. Once fade in complete is done, then we reset the 2 ones and then we can redo it. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, so I can't redo it. Again, do as many times as we want, and I won't be able to redo it until after we've faded back in. Nice. Oh, my characters aren't getting deleted. Or something's not getting deleted. What is not getting deleted? That's not good. That's my HUD. Funny fun. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Complete event. See. Um, So that works. Fixed that. Now to figure out what's staying there. I've got a feeling it's the HUD, which is really annoying. Components, player HUD. It's going to be spawning an actor. So when I start, the component spawns BP widget actor. BP widget player HUD. Which means it's a separate actor. I could get all actors of class and destroy them. Because the only other option is to put all of this code inside of the player character. And I kind of like having it separate. Let's try. Ah, it's gonna crap. I don't know why I keep having this. Something to do with my graphics card. Come on. Come on. There we go. Next time I press play, it's gonna crash completely. I don't know why it does it. The headset seems fine. But then as soon as I press play now, we get a white screen and then a crash. There we go. Array index out of bounds. Super frustrating. Did I actually click that? Don't think I did. How's Discord doing? We're all still alive? Um, do, do, do. Hmm. Now, gonna work. Let's put you that way. Yeah, I think that worked. Oh, why are all my hands off that? I've been working on upgrading the touch detection as well, so I can now actually slide the slider up. Control them much easier now, which is really nice. What the? What is going on? I don't. Did I just disconnect something? Oh, I think it's just my headset. Oh, go grow a small cube. I've also done load screen stuff as well, so it's all built in. Oh, levels. I want to figure out why my hands are no longer in the correct place. I got error. Um, Let's do the same as before. We'll come back to it. Did you ever talk about Quest 3? How much is the upgrade from Quest 2? From developer perspectives, sorry for my question. Um, it's better. The quality's better. Mixed reality is pretty much what they aimed at. Performance is a little bit better, but noticeably, I haven't really noticed much difference, to be honest, other than the visual quality of the lenses. Is it possible to use the scene mesh texture to do real-time chroma key with the Quest? I just set up a new green screen for production stuff, and it would be amazing to do live keying and AR props. I don't believe so. You can't access the Quest 3 pass-through camera data, so you can't get any of it. Plus, I don't think it would come through clear enough that it actually worked very well. I think it would just look really bad. Lucasfilm, with the headset feed stream to a Chromecast or something. You can't stream to a Chromecast anymore. They removed it. They removed Chromecast streaming at Christmas, so it's not. It's no longer there. You can't use it anymore. You got to stream to the website. Um, I was thinking about my PC version VR project port to standalone. Um, Quest 3 is probably the way to go. I don't know if Meta want you to build versions that work on Quest 2 still. They had a thing earlier on where it was like, if you were building for the Quest 2, you still had to target Quest 1. But I'm not too sure if they're doing that with these versions, which they probably will. So I'd keep that in mind. Performance wise, you probably want to target Quest 2. Um, but optimizing for standalone is pretty challenging. Just keep that in mind. Um, 3D widgets look so smooth. Thank you. I've spent a lot trying to upgrade those. They were really frustrating me because they would stutter. They wouldn't really slide very well. So I've made some changes to the widget interactions in the UMGs as well, which will be coming out soon. You still don't have access to post-process stuff. Have to be aware if you have set up on your PC build. Yeah, you don't have access to mobile HDR or post-process effects unless you're doing unless you have the Oculus Source version. You can get a couple of little features like depth, I think it is, not depth. Um, oh my god, what's it called? There's a thing you can do to make games look like they've got fog and color tints and stuff like that, but I can't remember the name of it, unfortunately. That's not working properly. Let's just get rid of it. I'll sort that out later on. Because what I need to do, I need to figure out where the hands are moving, they're changing position. They shouldn't do. And because it's doing it on all of them, there's only two places it could be happening. Either the snap hands blueprint, BP hand snap, or something else. But they're all aligned here. Let me check the player. I haven't accidentally moved the hands. think I would have accidentally moved them. I don't think that's going to be it. I think I probably just broke it more. Now they feel really far forward. Yeah, they're way off. Let me double check my 5.2 hand positions. Um, As the user in real time. Oh, I didn't know it was Gotta find a sitting room solution. Yeah, not really chroma key in real time. I haven't seen it. I don't think you could do it very well. Um, Optimization is evil for mobile VR. Go back and watch all PS1 dev docs. Crash Bandicoot. It's not exactly the same level of performance, but I get what you're on about. Yeah, like performance on Quest is a lot more challenging. But if you keep in mind poly count, texture resolution, and use trim sheets, texture atlases, and that kind of thing, and no expensive features, you should be okay. Like you should be absolutely fine with it. The biggest hit to performance in UE5 right now is in your project settings. If you go to project settings and then go to rendering, and make sure to disable oculus occlusion culling. Disable this and you get all your frames back. Because if you build without it, it caps out at like 60 or 70. It's ridiculous. Um, what's your take on using foliage in mobile VR? Standalone, I want to use some plans. Do you think it is well optimized? It is not well optimized. Foliage in mobile VR is probably one of the easiest ways to destroy any performance you have. More for the fact that the materials themselves, the overdraw is so much worse. Optimization. Is it going to show? Because you get the quad overdraw, so you can see here. But when you've got grass blades that are backed up on top of each other, the quad overdraw goes up the root like just so high, and then you also get your shader complexity, which goes through the roof as well. So let's say I take a sphere. Uh, Actually, I'll do a plane because that's pretty much what foliage is made out of. Um, Shapes plane, and materials. I know I've got a holster material. It's going to be transparent. It's going to have a mask. Actually, let's just do a new material. Materials. Pretend this is our grass. I don't have anything to use as a mask. Do I have anything that can use as a mask? I can use the GDXR logo as a mask. Cool. Take this. Put it into. Typically, people go for opacity and then translucent. One of these will have a right channel. There we go. And then we'll say it's a nice, pretty little green for our grass blades. Cool. So now, if we take that material, we apply it to our plane, it turns red. And what you have is. Not let me select anything. You basically have all your grass blades are like cloned up together, like so. And then you have those all scattered around. So what that does is it basically overlaps and adds on top of each other. And then you get that. So it essentially go from having a green environment, material's not great, to something that's so out there that it's just going to destroy your frame rate. And then you could do something like a masked material, which is going to be much cheaper. So buy mask. Oh, that's the wrong one. Then when you apply that, it's going to be much better. So masked material is the way to go, but you still get that overlap, and the quadro is going to make it so high. You've also got to worry about instances and how many you have on screen, because the poly count then goes up. It seems to be a habit when people create foliage that they don't know how much to put in the scene, because they're always like, it's not dense enough. So then you start adding more, and then it just becomes so much more. I'm doing 2D foliage, making it face the player. Yeah, if you use vertex world position as well, you can actually shrink the foliage. I was thinking about doing a video on this. It's the same way games like Breath of the Wild. If you look at their foliage when you're walking towards it or walking away, what happens is it doesn't pop to different LODs. It just shrinks in size and then vanishes into the ground, and that's when it's removed. So it's kind of those little things that you can do, but you only see it in a certain radius. And then there's bigger things like bushes and that, which do have LODs on them. But the grass doesn't. So if you pay attention to small little things, you can kind of pick up on how they're doing it. So hopefully that helped. Simon, evening. Thanks for dropping by. Using 2D side planes and vertex wave built-in material. Yeah, that starts adding to the draw calls as well. Kind of going back through this chat, you have to do optimization yourself. Yep. Optimization is the hardest part of VR dev, to be fair. Were these doors open to begin with? I can't remember. Have I just not looked at them? I think they were open. Right, back to the hands. What am I doing with the hands? Where is 5.2? This is why that was different. Okay. That's a great idea. I wanted to spawn grass by having it grow. Yeah, honestly, take a look at Breath of the Wild. I don't particularly enjoy the game. I think it's a bit boring, but if you look at it, it does some very cool stuff with vertex shaders and that. And it's much cheaper than having to swap the mesh out for different meshes. You can just rely on the bitmaps for the material to lower the resolution if you need to, although they use a solid color, I believe. And then you just have the vertex shrink down because that's cheaper as well for running. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. What's going on? Okay. Our character. Open. Open. There we are. Simon, been lurking. That's all good. I think there's a lot of people lurking around. Looks film. What about animating characters via vertex animations? Oh, what I mean, much better for further away. If you can switch out at a certain distance to a vertex animated character that doesn't have a skeletal rig, you're gonna then save performance again. I found out that gravity direction was exposed in 5.3. Is that something you might be able to support? That is it? That's another reason I need to move to 5.3. Wait there, I need to see this. I was saying earlier in the stream that after this update, I'm probably going to move to 5.3 for the rest of development. So it's something I can definitely take a look at. That would be pretty cool. Trying to think of ways to optimize metahumans now. No. No. Oh, metahumans. Every time someone mentions metahumans, I'm just like, why? I feel like I'm the downer with this. Like, I'm just putting people down. But metahumans on Quest is already hard enough, never mind pass through. Because you've got to remember, the Quest is doing more calculations for pass through. Because you're tracking the environment, so your performance is already less. A human is hopeless for mobile VR. It really is. Don't touch it. Don't put metahumans and VR in the same sentence. It makes me upset. Honestly. It would be really nice. It would be very nice. But the LOD versions of them just aren't good enough. Like, it's designed for high performance content. Like, high quality GPUs. Like, it's such a waste of time to even try and consider doing. Because if you get it to work, it's going to look so bad. It's going to take away from anything else that's in your game. Okay, then alternatives. Stylized. Pick a stylized character. Something that's like the new what's that new God of War game on Quest? That's not God of War. Oh my god, what's it called? Like they stylized all the characters in that. Pretty low poly, low quality, and you kind of go from there. Stylized is cheap because you're in control of it. I'm also pretty sure that in that new game, is it Asgard's Wrath? Asgard's Wrath. There's a reason the main character is bald. Like he doesn't have any hair. And I'm pretty sure there's a performance reason for that. Okay, which version am I in? I'm getting distracted. Okay, we are in 5.1. This is the one we're working in. Character settings. I'm going to make my hand right match the versions from the old one. Hand left, hand right. Paste. Cool. Hand left. Just because I can't remember these values off the top of my head, I'm just pasting them over. Copy. Paste. File, save all. I'm pretty sure I've accidentally moved something in here for that they don't match. Yeah, they all seem to be off. I'm going to have to just go through these and figure it out. Money, motion controller left, motion controller right, hand, that's fine. Camera, teleport, trace, that's okay. Actors, hand snap, box collision, arrow. Double check. But yeah, stylite is key. Let's do something that's better. By the way, good to see you, sir. Good evening. Good evening to you as well. I always look at the chat. I forget to look at the camera. I'm really bad at the streaming thing. You'll have to forgive us. I'm always trying to figure out what the hell's going on and what have I broke. Static mesh. Arrow. What have I done? What have I done? Well, we're looking at hand collision. Do you support any VRIK stuff? I don't. It pretty much comes back to the whole performance thing. Almost everyone using my template is a beginner in some form. At least like 80% of people using the template are beginners. And adding an IK system is one, it's really over the top, it's complicated to use. And two, the performance hit is so high on it because you've got a full character rig that people don't realize that you've got to try and balance that with the stuff in the game. For example, I got a comment on one of my YouTube videos yesterday or the day before asking for this entire template to be made into a physics-based template. But I don't think people realize how much of a performance cost that is. Like it's not usable, and they always quote Saints and Sinners. And the thing with that is, not everything's physics based, but people don't seem to realize it. So At the minute, there's no plans for an IK build, but there's no reason that you couldn't take this template, essentially take Manny, and build one in. Because you've got the character controller, you've got the camera position, you've got the hands, you could just hide those. So there's a lot you can do with it, but I've got to try and target as many people as possible. And since the Quest and mobile VR is the base platform, that's the thing to consider as well. Like I've made a big update. So in the old version, so if I open up this one, the character had everything in here. This was the event graph, and then we also had the movement graph on top of it, which looked like this. People seem to be able to navigate around it, but I've gone and kind of scrapped this. So now, um, don't save. Now we've got a player controller, so a VR character controller, which is already going to confuse beginners. Like I'm gonna have to do documentation videos on explaining how this works. But what that does now is it contains all of our movement code and everything that our player needs to know, so we can then talk to any character that has this set up, which is how I've got the Manny character now, and it only has the one event graph, which is considerably tidy compared to what it was. So this has been tidied up a lot. The character doesn't have to care about movement or anything along them lines, and that allows me to actually have a child actor of Manny, so child blueprint, which I've called Quinn, which essentially just has default settings, and then you don't have to touch any of these. But what I did was I went into the edit browser, and I just modified the hands to have Quinn's hands instead. So there's already a whole bunch of stuff that's got to be thought about, and then built on top of it. And essentially, I'm building everybody's game for them. It seems to be, or at least that's the question I get a lot. It's like, can you do this, this, and this? It's like, can you build my game? So I'm trying to think of like a whole different thing, but I think that's a little bit of a rant over. It's good to see you stream again. It's nice to be streaming again. Everything got so busy. I had like 3 projects on before Christmas, and then there was Christmas, and it was just it's been a nightmare. Today's the first day I haven't had any client work, apart from a meeting this morning, which was great. So the idea is to just kind of chill out and do this, which is why I've been going for a few hours. Is that just for mobile, or does it apply to PC VR as well? Uh, I've moved on a little bit from the question, so I'm not too sure which bit that's referring to. But if it's performance, it's kind of everything. A PC game doesn't need physics-based everything. There's no reason you can't code it, like have it hard coded. To be fair, so everything in this template I've built without it, without physics, apart from the player, which can fall and items dropping, that kind of thing. Um, you're referring to the template. Yeah, you can use the template on PC. I'm just targeting Quest to make sure it works for everyone. It's the whole case of target the lowest spec you know, and then if it works there, it'll work for everyone. That's the goal anyway. This is really frustrating because that snap's not working. This is all in the correct position. Let's test this. We grab, we disconnect from the hand. Okay. Do. Grab, grab. That's the wrong way. What the hell is going on? What on earth? I've been touching this. Something's definitely wrong with the attach hand. You're a legend and have been so helpful with my current project I'm doing for a not-for-profit. It's a big jump coming back to VR dev from virtual production. Cool, I'm glad I've been able to help. If you can show it off, I'd love to see it. It's always really nice to see anyway. See how people are using it. Because I'm still in that mindset that what I've done maybe isn't that all that helpful. That whole imposter thing. But essentially I just built the template that I wanted to see and wanted people to use. VR character controller. Did I move it here? I remember what I'm grabbing. Pretty sure it's still in. Oh, it's gonna be. Oh, is it gonna be this? Let's debug this. I think it's the code I was building to remove the hand from objects afterwards. Is Quest 3 controller position different? It's not. I've just messed up my code somewhere. There we go. So now that's back to normal. It was my code. So if I explain what was going on. So what's happened is when I was fixing the climbing system, because I kind of did a whole rework on it. One thing that I wanted to do was when you move your hand away, so if I grab with two hands, and then when I pull away from the motion controller, and it's far away from the wall, I wanted the hand to disconnect and attach back to the controller. When it works, it feels really, really nice. So what I did was I moved that code to the hand object. So the idea is that it will do it for anything. The problem is this code was having an issue because what I've got to do is when I grab something with my hand, I essentially start a timer, which is down here, and we measure the distance from the skeleton mesh hand that's on the wall to the motion controller, and if it's greater than X value, we attach it back to the hand. So what I've done is I've attached it, and that's what's messed up. Is this code somewhere? This one, pretty sure is valid, is what's not doing it right. So detach is fine. That's why when it goes through, it works fine. So I've got a feeling if I do this, we should be able to grab the door handles, but not the climbing. And then the climbing's going to mess up. Oh, no. So it's the code on the bottom. So that's fine. It's firing this code. This attached to is going to be what's causing the issue, isn't it? It's this. I need to detect if I'm climbing or if I'm not climbing. Uh, maybe any of it. Do some more. Um, can you do footsteps downs for the template? You could do a physics material on the floor, and then when the player walks over it every X amount of seconds, then you could fire a sound effect. You could do it that way, or you could add a fake pair of feet that play an animation that are in the character controller, and that way it's only the feet that are moving around, and they don't have to have physics or anything. There's a few ways to do it, but I probably won't be implementing it into this. It'll probably be something that you could do on your end. Because as it is, I'm running out of time to do everything. And if I did everything, I think I'd build everybody's game at the same time. That's the other thing with this. So I get asked to add health values and stuff like that to the player all the time. But because it's the template is targeted towards everyone doing VR, kind of got to keep that in mind. So I've got to target e-learning, ArcViz, like that kind of use case. You can also add tags to different surfaces to associate different footstep material sounds. Yeah, physics will do that as well. Physics materials. You have a different surface for each different one, and then when the player touches it, you can switch the material out, the sound effect out. You can do different things. Pretty cool. Parent component. If we're not climbing, we treat everything as normal. If we are climbing, we attach the component to the controller. And we try that. This looks like an absolute mess, but I'll tidy it up. Okay, doors. That works. Oh, and it disconnected as well. So if I get away from it, we disconnect. Oh, that was one thing I needed to fix, was the telling it that it's finished. But now, that's also working. Oh, is that setting an animation? There we go. I need to fix these guys as well in a minute. Ooh. Hopefully when I press no errors. I think that was it. I think I just fixed the crash. Crash the bug. Looks good. It plays much better than it looks. That's the thing. It's really nice. So, just saw your gun rotation problem, and I've had that a fair few times. Do you just rotate the socket? I try to go to my hand skeleton and products. I try to put scale is off 2 times. Which rotation are you referring to? You on about the hand position or the weapons position? Like the weapons rotation? Because weapon rotation is still a nightmare because it's based on the motion controller axis. So it's still off slightly. But I can't seem to clamp the value. It's the one thing in the template that really annoys me. Is like aiming the weapon to a point. But it's just all Yulia vectors. And it's just a pain. The weapon rotation. Yeah, the weapon rotation is a pain. But if you're in it, and let's say I take the rifle, take this one. If I point my motion controller in the same direction and then try to aim, kind of works. But if I aim my controller forwards, it goes all weird. So I've been just trying to. Don't even know what the hell happened there. Just been trying to fix it up a little bit. I've made some changes to the math for this update, but it's still not fantastic. So that's why the VR porn then. So the guns are attached to the character controller, character's motion controller, and then the hands are attached to the weapon, not the other way around. I really want to do it so the weapons are attached to the hands skeletons because it works and it feels much nicer. But the problem is with two-handed weapons, and the way it works, the first hand doesn't have the animations from the weapon translated into it. So if you fire, the gun slides around in the palm of the hand. Could you clamp to stop the movement? The way the motion controller works for the aim direction, it just doesn't allow you to do that. It's one of those things that I'm hoping to change into 5.3 after this would help with it, because I know they've made some like updates for it. So it's just a case of waiting to see, really. Controller. Ah, this looks like such a mess. Can I fix it by just moving that down? Yeah, it kind of works. That looks okay. It looks a bit complicated, but it works fine. What I would also like to do is maybe move this code to the player controller. I basically want as much code as possible in the player controller, so that way, if someone goes through this and just deletes a bunch of stuff, it's not going to affect it. Trying to make it as user friendly as possible, that's all. I'll save all. Oh, crap. Move a hand away. Disconnect. I need to set the hand animations. Nope. Cool thing as well is when I'm jumping, I can actually shoot at the same time. Oh, no, I can't. Wait, what? What the what? Oh, keep it all in one place. Yeah, keeping it all in one place will make it so much easier. Why would that disconnect? Why would that spin? We're not releasing the second hand. Oh, crap. When I jump, so in uh, blueprints, do, 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 character controller climbing, when I jump, I tell it to release both hands. So what it's doing is it's releasing the gun in the right hand, causing it to spin around the collision. And Hugo, hey, by any chance, do you have any idea how to interact with web browser widget in VR? It's just the same as any old widget, isn't it? I thought they made it workable in 5.2. I feel like this is just turning into a live tutorial. Plugins, web browser. Enable web browser. Restart. Then let's boot it up. UMG. Which UMG have I got in here? I'm double checking this out of curiosity now. Web browser. Website. VR preview. Oh, it's gonna crash again. What do you think? I don't think the web browser works with 5.1. I'm saying that while trying to use 5.1. Let's take a look once this unfreezes itself. I know it didn't work on mobile VR. There was some kind of issue, but I think they fixed it in 5.2. That's simple to add a live website. Yeah, just enable the website plugin. So hopefully it's going to crash now. So I'm going to do a save and then I'll reboot it back up. It'll turn white and then crash. Might as well just let it happen by itself. There we go. Legend, thanks for trying. That's all right. That's nuts. I'm guessing there are permissions you have to accept for gameplay. Not for desktop or anything. I've used it on tablets, so APK builds and it just works fine. I've just booted up the wrong one before I start going crazy and wondering where everything's gone. So I guess there are permissions you have to accept. Lucasfilm blew my mind. There's a couple of material changes you can create to the UI to make it look better, because you'll see that it's a little bit washed out. But other than that, it's just as easy as enabling the website or the web one, and then you can see that I've got it down here. But no, so I can then use widget interaction to then just click through. It's a little slow, but it all works. It's not the easiest to use, but you can see how it works anyway. So you can go to blog and then see all the websites down there. But yeah. So apparently it works with 5.1. But I haven't tried it on a built APK. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to have to disable that now. I might just... I'll leave the plugin enabled and then see if Epic let me put it through. I don't know why it's disabled to begin with, to be fair. Oh, what was I doing? What was broken? Climbing and shooting. I think I know how I can fix that. I've just got to find out where my code is for the climbing. This YouTube thing, so if you guys can see it, right? YouTube, it has this little heart in this menu, which makes it really bloody difficult to see chat, like, end messages. So if you ever see me squinting, that's why. So you can also use finger to touch. You kind of using the GDXR template. It won't work by default. I've built a custom solution into this to make that work. It would be great to link to stats via a specific site I set up. It is, but the problem is you've got to remember that from the web address, from that website, they can access any link in the web page, and you can't lock them down. So you can't stop it from leaving the GDXR website, for example. If I had a link that sent them to YouTube, they could then use that to get to YouTube in the app. So you've got to kind of be careful. It's a whole thing to try and avoid stopping them from leaving the app. For example, I worked on a project, an AR project. When we scan a QR code, we bring up a specific website for a questionnaire. And what I've had to do was build a custom UI that overlays on top of the website to block the X button or leaving it, and then a bar that goes across the bottom to block them from pressing the social media buttons. So you've got to keep that in mind as well. What version of UE are you currently using? This is 5.1 because I don't want to screw people over using it. So this is currently 5.1, but soon I'll be moving the whole template for future updates to 5.3. I just want this as solid as possible for people working with it. That said, I gotta go to the loo, so I'm gonna put a little message on being like back in 5. Back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna drink. But yeah, if anyone's got any questions, just feel free to put them in the chat, and I can have a look when I get back. And I'll be back. I'm back. Cool. I'm standing now. Chat, what have I missed? Crazy Solution Vote, awesome. Hidden website controls. I wish I had this template, but I have no money to buy it. I'd recommend checking out the Patreon. It might be a little bit more financially suitable for you. Yeah. Thank you tier has the old version of this, but the mega thank you will have this version. Yeah, I think it's going to be that way around. Adrian, hey, I'm in the middle of my first U 5.3 VR project. Does anyone know why I don't fit through a 60cm opening when I test play? Nav mesh should walk through. Why do I change the collision size of the VR play? I play start and BP video spectator. And is there a way to activate auto exposure of VR Quest 2? Post processing one doesn't do it. Post processing stuff and auto exposure, no, it doesn't work. On Quest 2, it needs mobile HDR and you can't have that enabled. It just won't work and it'll destroy your performance. You might be able to do deferred rendering, but you'd have to enable post processing and stuff. I don't touch it because of the performance hit, so keep that in mind. I would avoid it. For being able to get through a door that's 60 centimeters, I would first check its collision and then check the width of the player to make sure it could actually fit through. So the capsule here, I would check the radius and then go from there. But it's probably collision is more than anything else. That will be the problem. What is going on? Phone's on fire. Sorry, guys. I've also been avoiding my emails today. No particular reason, just haven't got around to it. Uh, cool. 18 messages. What's going on? I got friends trying to get me to play Lethal Company. I'm like, I'm at work. Okay, right. Back to the guns and grabbing, because I think I know how I can fix it. Um, Climbing. Where did I put the jump code? Again. Climbing jump. Update. Release climb hand. Climbing last held hand. Oh, so I should only be releasing the hand that I'm holding with. Controller. Climbing last held hand. Release hand motion controller. It's equal to. I'm thinking. Okay, this is one you might be able to tell me if it's worth me doing. Right now, the grabbing inputs, so inputs for grab left and right, exist in most of the input actions, the input mapping contexts, which means you can't really disable grabbing without disabling the movement code. So I'm thinking about putting them into their own movement thing, so you can actually control when you can activate them. And I'm thinking that might be worth doing, but I'm not too sure if it's just unnecessary or helpful. Personally, I think it might be helpful. I think having it split up can't hurt, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's test this. I need to see where or why we're releasing. Okay, dum dum should be left hand. It didn't read anything. Jump's not working. Whoa. I spammed that. Oh my god, such an itchy nose. That doesn't fire anything, so that's not working. Find reference. Set. Get. 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 I'm not too sure why that one's not being set. That's what's confusing me. It definitely disconnects. It drops the item. Why? We shouldn't be releasing it, and we don't tell it to release anywhere else. Release held component right. Let's see. Let's kind of work backwards. I'm sure we can figure it out. I need to put that gun on my hip. There we go. Okay, so that's that's the issue. Oh, hi, I love blueprint spaghetti, but that looks okay, just complicated. Yeah, honestly, this is the section that is probably the most complicated to read in the template, to the point where I hate it myself. But I can't figure out a way to make it neater, and I'm trying. So you'll have to bear with me. Like everything else is fine. It's really not that complicated to read through, but the grabbing left and right is an absolute spaghetti mess. And it's the one bit of the template right now that I really dislike code wise. Everything else is quite nice. Even the character controller is set up in a way that looks easier to read. But yeah, could you collapse to a function? I can collapse some of it to a function, but some of them are already functions. For example, the grab component in the motion controller is the default one that I've modified. We've got nearest component left, which can't be inside the function, which we do a check. I did previously look at turning this into is valid check, which I can't remember why I don't have. So I'll check that one. But everything else, maybe those, it's like just little bits that would be functions. And then I don't want it really as functions inside functions inside functions. Otherwise, for those starting out, it's going to be so complex and convoluted, they won't know. Yeah, functions are my go-to. Yeah, almost a lot of it is inside of functions already, so I can reuse it. Anything that's reusable, is inside a function, but in most cases, it's quite linear to go through. It's the start bit really that makes it look like a mess. Once you realize that the top part is the grabbing and the bottom part is release, it's quite easy to read. Whose film? You can have a function inside a function. I believe you can have a function inside of a function, but it makes readability so much more difficult. But yeah, it's basically all down to user friendliness, and you also can't have timers and delays inside of functions. I believe. Can I do that? Can I just add it to a function? Um, yeah, it's not going to let me do a timer inside of a function. It's like even this section here, which could have been a function if it would allow me to, won't because of the delay. So I'd have to come up with something to kind of time that, and then it just becomes more. It's a bit like it's more unnecessary at that point. It's probably best for me to just move these sections over and tidy up the graphs of how they look more than redesigning them. But yeah, um, that's pretty much it. Release hell component right and hell component left. Why did I do that? What was the logic? These are the wrong way around. Right, right, right. That says left. That's right. The hell? What have I done? God, don't code when you're tired. What a mess. Problem is, it won't let me rename these because they're the same ones. What was my reasoning? What was my logic for adding that at the end? Release object. Think of what the use case was for it. Left, 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 and then rename util left and remove the zeros. Hugo, thank you a lot. It took us all day and you answered our question in a second. Now I need to build a source code for you 5.3. Do you need the source code? That's the question. Do you need source code? If you don't need it, there's no point compiling it. Um, oh, there's a question asked in here about scale or something. By the way, in player settings, everything appears slightly smaller than real life, even though scale and size are correct. Okay, for that one, this one is a, cool and annoying at the same time. If you go to world settings, if you don't have this on the street, like on the screen, you can go to Windows and then select world settings. You can then scroll down, and there is a world to meters. Make sure that's set to 100, because you can change that. So let's say I change this to 50, and then I hop into VR. Nothing changed. Why did nothing change? I keep going to show people stuff and nothing happens. What? Okay, you might not be using the template, but check that. Why the fuck? That should have changed. Okay, one thing at a time. I'm getting so muddled around. It did change. You need to make it more noticeable. I set it to like 50. It should be half. Have you got the new mixed reality toolkit example project to work? It's included with the plugin, but can't get it to launch. No, I don't think I could get it to launch either. I followed all the stuff for compiling it, but it just wasn't doing it. Yeah, Multimeter is not changing for some reason. I wonder if I'm doing something. I wonder if I'm clamping it. I wonder if it's because of my capsule. Might have to look at that. I cannot remember why I was doing this. But I know I needed it in there. Right click on the dock. Yeah, I tried it. It wasn't working. Um, I love to see you doing the same errors I do with copy pasting, not renaming, leaving stuff for later. We need to totally forget about it. Why? Yeah, the problem is I'm selling this thing, so I forget about it and it just screws everybody else over. That's the real problem. So I got to be more careful. I think it's because I did like an hour. I did a couple of hours over Christmas, just to like unwind, because I'm getting to the point where I'm finding this really fun to build. But I've still got to draw my limits to what I had. So I got to keep that in mind. But I was doing it over Christmas, and I think I just wrapped up early. I think we were going out for something, and before I could fix it all, which is why there's a whole bunch of bugs now. I just never saw it out. Let's make this more accurate and easier. That's better. Climbing is not changing the hand animation, so we'll tackle that next. Don't want to teleport down. No! What did I just say? They want to do that. Let me back up. I need to add a screen fade to that. Huh. Let's do. Okay, fix the hands. Climbing's working. We can shoot while we climb. That's good. No shit. One thing I wanted to do was how it so I select these guys, details, attached to the player. So when we're in it, I'm gonna move this. Jump in. Guns. Oh, go to Geno's. Let's climb up. Go. Go. Oh. I've definitely got to fix that hand animations thing because it looks really bad. It's really annoying as well. Jump, grab my gun, shoot, and then land at the same time. Which is kind of fun. Am I building a project for you or am I just building my own game now? Because it is on my list. I want to fix these holsters. I want to make them not exactly look better because they're just cubes, but kind of move a little bit better. Okay, character Manny climbing. We want to change the hand animation. Plugins. I gotta do that. Which plugin did I enable? Web browser. Cool. Just so I can keep track of what I'm doing. Plugins. Keep it enabled. It can't hurt, can it? Okay, hands. VR controller. Climbing. That might be in case. Does this come with a full body IK solution that works with metahumans? No, it doesn't. Doesn't have IK and it won't support metahumans unless you make it. But going back to previously what I said is, if you want to add a full body IK, you can just implement it yourself. But it's not something I'll be taking a look into because not every project needs it. The idea is for this template to support as many projects as possible without impacting performance. And by adding an IK body, it then starts impacting performance a hell of a lot. So you got to keep that in mind. To be fair, if I did an IK solution, it'd probably be a different template because I'd have to redesign a bunch of stuff. This menu, man, just gets in the way. Hands, climbing. Stop getting distracted. Okay, motion controller. Climbing, release hand. Set climb method, event, update, climb position. Let's move you down because I keep losing you. Object. Oh, that's just the thing. Okay, I've been playing around with a UEVR injector mod. I haven't tried it yet. I really need to. But I don't think the injector mod allows for full body. Although I haven't tried it, so I'm not entirely sure. But it's pretty sure it's just hands of some kind, or they remove the hands and then you just got the weapons and stuff. Not entirely sure, but doing full body IK is a whole level of complexity, which is just why I haven't really got the motivation or energy to deal with it. Luke's film, off topic, but remind me, how do you convert a character animation, e.g. a rabbit, to vertex? Is there an easy way to do this? There is not an easy way, and I don't know of a cheap way to do it either. Although there is a plugin on the marketplace, which I would love to buy one day, that is like 300 odd pounds. Is it? I think this is it. So there's this tool which can take skeletal meshes and then convert them to vertex animations. So you can then update them, but it's pretty much like a studio tool. So if you can afford it, it might be worth looking into, but you can't hold it against me. I haven't used it yet. Yeah, could be worth checking out. And for anybody on here who wants the GDXR template, you can find it here. So you can grab that. Why does that say 71? That should say 75. That is not correct pricing. Huh. I don't think Epic put it back to the right price. Okay. Um, I think there might be some tools for Blender and that you can use to create some custom animations, but other than that, I'm not entirely sure. But I'm sending the hand animation through the blend space to the attached hand object, which is in the player. Manny, attach hand object blend space, go through. I'm bypassing it. I need to plug that into there. Because I have this set up as a blueprint interface, there's nothing stopping me from moving this all to the player character. I've just got to point it in the right direction. I think that's. I think we might tackle that next. Okay, so when we grab the handholds, we should play the animation. There we go. Nice. That's so much better. I need to fix this actor as well. It's designed to vibrate the controller and then after 3 seconds make you fall, like Tomb Raider style. Okay, fix the hands. That's cool. Now can we move all of this over to the? Oh my god. File. Save all. Not correct. Thank you. This is where everybody's gonna hate me when I change this. I just be like, updated template, fixed, climbing, and hands. Can now jump and all weapons. Because this is just for me. um, well, I got the quarry in first person by attaching the player camera like the scene root component, but I think you can attach the motion control to the skeleton mesh. Not entirely sure what you're referring to. If you don't want many things on screen at once, then you can get away with just using skeleton meshes. Just make sure they don't have like such complex bone systems. Then you'll be alright. Okay. Does YouTube let you do questionnaires? Start a poll. Start a poll. Do Let's try this. Never done it before. Not like we've got many people in here anyway. Does it actually come through? I don't know how it works. Okay, so there's not many references we've got to change to make this work. That's good. So get player controller instead of get player character. This might actually be easier than I thought. We got one vote. I'll take one vote to go for it. Why not? I did something today. Cool. Okay. The goal, take all of this code, put it into the player controller, and then go from there. So, plan of action, what we're doing. Attach hand to objects. What do I call the event graph? Hand snapping? Nothing. I'm not going to not vote for that. Or watching me break it. Let's just end the poll. We're doing it anyway. Oh, both on that. Doesn't update very well on here. Control C. Let's see what breaks. Oh no. I wish it would bring functions over. Such a waste. Okay. Release hand based on distance, because now I've got to copy these all back over. Frustrating. Play a controller, that's cool. Release climbing hand. So that's already set up for that one. Everything else. Release hand from object, where are we talking to that? Target self. So that is play a character. Object. So do I have I'm losing stuff. I'm losing it. Where is it? Left hand original transform. Cool, I've already got those. That's that function done. Where's all my stuff? Components. Okay. I'm pretty sure I've got the hand. There it is. Climbing skull, hand left. I'm gonna try these. I might be able to use them. If not, I might have to pass through the hands. Outsourcing architectural decisions to YouTube chat is genius. I bet Microsoft will add a button to that on every keyboard. To be fair, I'm gonna do a shout out. Like, right. So if you like this and you want me to keep doing it, make sure to head over to Patreon. Honestly, it's so helpful. Because for stuff like this, I typically do tutoring sessions for. So like one-to-one sessions. But if you want to head over to like Patreon, you can access early access, and you can also PM me, and I'll try and make sure I can get back to you. So if you've got any questions, you can just do that, and it also allows me to just keep making more content. that shameless plug shout out because I don't do it enough. Hey, worked. I created. There was more functions, wasn't there? Because it was like you haven't got these functions. Make more of them. Yeah. That's fair. Dev's got to eat. That's it. Dev's got to pay for his 2-year-old to go friggin' soft play every week. That's pretty much where it's at. Although that is a lot of fun if you've done that. Making it sound like it's your kid's idea to go play in a play park, and you're just like, I'm going in with you. So much fun. Just currently out swimming. That is a. That's what messed it up. Okay. Oh, I hate it when it does this. Okay. Find reference. I can't remember what these did, so I'm just gonna delete them for now, and then I can remove them from the player as well. Do 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 do. Um, why did you move them to the player controller? I was away when you decided to do that. Pretty much all the other climbing logic, movement logic, and interaction logic, other than the grabbing, exist inside of the player controller, and we're spending a lot of time talking to it. The other benefit is with stuff like these attached. So if I go to hand snap, for example, it gets the player character, and then it tells that what to do. However, in our case, because I've rebuilt it to have respawning built in, we now have two characters, Manny and Quinn. So by putting it into the character controller, it means both of those characters can have access to this code. So if I change it once, it'll update for both of them, even though they're a child, so it would still technically do that. But it just makes life much easier to work with. And also when it comes down to multiplayer later on, it would be handy to have this in here in case it needed to be replicated. Basically, it clears up the event graph as well with inside the player, and to try and make this as clean as possible. Yeah, the other benefit is you could, in theory, duplicate this player character controller now, and you could have a different one, which has the hand snapping and all that removed, if you didn't build it into the settings like I've done. So there's a whole bunch of reasons. It's just quite handy to have overall, and it just makes life a little bit easier. Okay, so now the trick is to just stop this, so it stops working completely, and then we can test it in here where it is set up. So what I need to do is find, where did my custom events go? Why did they what? Why did you just like vanish? Ready, Manny? Um, why are you not coming over? Oh, I don't have the interface. BP hand snapping, that's what it is. Class defaults. Trying to paste them in and they don't exist. There we go. Oh, okay. Tedious, but move these back over now. Put the interface back in. Do, 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 do. Okay, let's go from there. So now I can do attach hands to object. I can go to Windows or Tools, find Blueprint. Attach hand to object. Controller. Man, I'm pretty sure that should be it. For that one, I need to do then release hand from object, which has got a few more. Don't want to touch those ones. To be a message, so that's why I'm changing it around. Target itself, we don't have that code existing in here anymore, which is why we've got to change it around. I don't want to speak too soon, but this might have been not too difficult. The new jump looks fun. Thank you. It's pretty much on the climbing only. You can jump without it, but the time dilation, so it slows the player down, is only on the jumping. But I've built that so you can add that in anywhere if you want. Sound from object. Just double check that is the right one. Okay. Object. I've got a feeling when I release this update, people are going to be in the Discord being like, what the hell's going on? Where's all the logic? This is the money, so we still need to do that. Okay. Yeah, player. Controller. Right. Stand from object. Okay. I think that's it. So I should build the event graph, delete that, and then press play. Why is the why is that come back on? Nope. It's broke. Oh, what have I done wrong? is climbing via controller. Let's see if any of this hand snapping is working. That sphere trace is gone now. Ooh. That's weird. Whoa. I got a whole lot of errors. Those hands didn't work. Project. Okay. And based on distance. What did the error say? So trying access none, trying to read property, hand skeletal mesh, and then dynamic cast to mannequin. So it's this section here is not working, trying to set the hand animation back to default. So it's just kind of not passing through. But it's also bouncing around. I'm not too sure why. Yeah, now I'm bouncing. And I'm slow. Character controller. Wrench. What's wrong with you? That's an issue you had in Assassin's Creed Nexus. What kind of issue? I haven't played it. It's the same one. Get is climbing. There's nothing else in here that's standing out to me. What is standing out is I forgot to change something. Climbable objects would bounce around, preventing me from climbing. Damn. Thought it would have been smooth. I've got a feeling I'm not sending the right thing somewhere. But I have no idea why it's causing the player to bounce. Everything's completely unrelated to it. I think it might be this. Double check. Yeah, that worked. That didn't. Door handles worked a little bit offset, I think. Okay, narrowed it down. We're not passing through the correct hands, so this is the problem. I'm positive I fed the hands through. So the way this works is when you start up the character, we have this function here that sets all the variables for us. So I thought I had one for hands, but apparently not. So pretty much what happens is when I start and we take over a player, we check to see if these variables are there, and then it tries populating them into the character controller. I need scale mesh left and skeletal mesh right. Cool. True. True. It was left true. Cool. I'm wondering if I was just taking the wrong information, so when I was trying to climb, it was taking the wrong thing. Plug these ones back in. I've got a feeling these ones might fail. If that's the case, I might just be not sending the right hand through to it. Let's go. Okay, I'm bouncing again. Oh, such an idiot. You tell I've been doing it for a while. I'm just making stupid mistakes now. I need to go back to the player and set those variables. Set hand skeletal mesh left. Set hand skeletal mesh right. Cool. Plug that in there. That in there. You up there. Get your hands. Hand right. Hand left. Oh, one of the other simple things that I've done as well is I've changed all the references to the skeletal mesh hands to be they should not be, they should just be skeletal meshes. So skeletal mesh component type. So you swap the hands out for anything else and it should update fine. Apart from you might have to change the casting around depending how you do it. But by that point you should be able to get ahead with it. Okay, let's test again. Let's try. I'm not bouncing. Door handles. Climbing is not working. They're just static meshes. They don't care. Character money. Event graph. So now, just to make it easier, I can delete that. Save all. I'll have to play Metal Gear Solid 2 just for falling and grabbing the edge. I haven't played it. I've been playing a lot of Tomb Raider lately, which is why I overhauled the climbing system. It was kind of my motivation to get back in and make it a little bit nicer. Controller, controller. Release client. That's okay. Hand from object, get player controller. Climbing's the issue. We grab, we climb. Try grab. So, yeah. Single hand climb position. Get player controller. Position gets the actor. Target. Human, that's going to my hand. Snap hand position. Yeah. Attach hand to object. So that's fine. Don't need to worry about that. It's the climbing. Object. This is the worst thing is when I'm trying to figure stuff out, I end up going quiet. Forget to talk. Hand to object. Get player controller. So that's okay. That's going to the player controller. Target. Get player controller. So get player controller. I think that's not being set. Because I have that inside of the character for grabbing. So event graph is climbing here. And that's sent through event update is climbing. So I could just bypass this actually. Where did I put you? There you are. Let's remove that for a second. And that. So character is climbing. That would just remove that completely. Although I do need to tell the player that we're climbing. But then we don't, because we've got the release climbing code in the other one. Might I? Oh, I might be able to remove this whole section. that might tidy it up as well. Let's try. Grab. Cool. Done. Grab. Cool. Done. Ignore that guy falling down. Ooh, I can't let go. Okay. It's quite a big refactor. It is a massive refactor. People aren't going to like it. People are going to open this up after the update and be like, what on earth is going on? So release climbing hand didn't work because that isn't set. Yeah, it is going to be a huge update, but hopefully it's in the, like for the better. If people don't know about character controllers, unfortunately they're going to have to learn. But I think it's something that once they learn, they'll realize how powerful it actually is. There we go. That fixes hands. You can drop. Door snapping. Okay. So now this doesn't even need to care if we're climbing. We just basically say if we release grip, then tell us that we're not climbing anymore. How much nicer does that look already? The best part of this is it's quite linear, this line, so it's not actually as confusing as it looks. You can follow it down. Sweet. Look at that. That's so much less. Am I using that edit? Do, 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 do. Those anymore? Best part is anything can read from the player character now. So if any blueprint needs to know that the player is climbing, they could just cast to it, get player controller, and then get it from there. I could keep it. Oh, I could keep it in. Do I keep it in? Dispatcher that would need. Either way, you're gonna have to cast to the game instance, the character controller. Okay. Um. Yeah. Just trying to rubber duck it. Delete you. Settings update. Go. Timing. It's even got the animations playing. It's great. Oh, I got it. My dilation didn't work very well. Look into that. I tried to rotate and I pushed myself through the wall. That might be an issue. Good vibes. Can you throw yourself? You can't. You have to press the A button to jump, and you jump in the direction you're looking. The template doesn't use physics, so I can't push away from the walls or anything like that. I can stop the player going through them, which I calculate for, but it doesn't allow you to just grab and then launch yourself. Although if you get the angle and the vector and then the velocity, you could feed that into the player jumping stuff, so you could fake it. Maybe for a future update. Sweet. Delete you two. because you're not used. Isn't used. Hands close is moving forward. Just double checking, and then this guy's not being used. Some dead zones used in movement. Nice. Now this is starting to look a lot more tidy. Trying to think of what I can see if I can tidy something up in here. Okay, let me sit down. I'm gonna stood up for a bit, and then we'll take another look through. So I'm pretty sure there's plenty of bugs we can fix. Okay. I feel like grabbing should be inside the controller, but I feel like that's way too much to change. It will just destroy everything. So there's no absolutely no reason to do that, I don't think. Because none of the code inside the grabbing really cares about the player controller anyway, other than the release hand from object and release climbing hand. Wait, if I put the release climbing hand inside of the function from release hand from object, it's just going to do the same thing, but I get to remove these nodes. Uh, where's my release hand from object? Let me find out where my code is. Release hand from object. If I put that code in here, it should just do the same thing, and I can only do it. I get to just do it once. Ben Hudson, I wanted if I wanted this. Can you throw yourself? No. So the way that I have it set up is the capsule collision updates itself on tick, or at least it updates when you're moving. And right now, it seems to when you throw yourself and you let go, it kind of stops you, and then you fall down. I think there is a way to do it so you can throw yourself, which is what I originally wanted to do. But I just haven't had the chance to sit down and actually flesh it out and figure it out what's causing the issue, because I think it's a lot bigger than kind of what we're working on now. So yeah, maybe one day I'll be able to get it done, because it would be very nice. I think it would be a lot more dynamic. But right now it's just jumping with the A button. So sorry. Release climbing hand. VR motion controller. Let's see if this works. Door handles still work. Oh, punching microphone. Nice. Once you get the hang of it, it still feels really nice, even if you've got to press a button. And to be honest, I'll probably keep the button pressing in there for accessibility. Just makes it a little bit easier. Oh, oh well. That's how it develops. Jump is also good and somewhat easy to control. Yeah, so for the jumping in this, what I've done is I've hooked it up to um where is my movement code? It's in smooth locomotion, I think. Jump this character. Oh, it's climbing, isn't it? I'm climbing. Because jump and climbing have two different jump types. So this is the jump. So I'm using launch character. So there's no reason you can't get the position of the motion controller to get a vector going from an angle down, and then over time, once it hits the finish time, you then launch the character based on a value. So there's literally nothing stopping you. All I'm doing here is just getting the player camera and using that as the launch velocity. So you can change this to whatever you like, and it should, in theory, just work for you. But you'd have to do some stuff with getting the motion controllers. I do have the velocity. I did build it in here for you. So here, if you want to use it, you can get the motion controller velocities. But I just don't use them. Might be worth seeing if I can, actually. But the main reason I don't is because I'd have to run this on an event tick. And since the whole thing's about performance, I'm like, I'll let you guys use that if you want. What are your thoughts on PSVR 2? I have not used one, so I don't know. But it's pretty bad. I spend too much money on VR headsets, and I don't enjoy playing VR games. I prefer developing for them. I think it's more fun. Like I was playing Asgard's Wrath and it blew me away. It's absolutely insane. But I only got so far, and I was like, I just go on the computer and try and make something instead, which I know is pretty bad. But problem is, you spend all day doing VR development for clients and all that kind of stuff. So putting on a headset to play a game and trying to unwind, it just doesn't really happen. That's the main problem. Okay, there. Cleaning this up really well. Environmental work on PS5 plus one. The only thing I want to play is Horizon for the environments, but the eye tracking. I've got the Quest Pro, and it just I'm not sure how it can work apart from dynamic foveated rendering. Yeah, I thought about getting the velocity from the motion control from the controller is that inevitably introduces the. Yeah, yeah, Ben. It's just it's there's so much playing around with it, and you can have multipliers and menus and that, and that's fine, really. But you want something that works for most people, and if they've got mobility issues and you're moving your hands slower than normal, you're just gonna like go a tiny little bit and then fall off. So you kind of got to take that into account as well. So if you did do something like that, you probably would want another solution in there anyway. Live trackers don't show up green in live links since U 5.3. Have you heard of a solid solution? I don't have any Vive trackers, unfortunately, so I'm not going to be any help there. I am thinking about getting some of the new ones though, because they work with OpenXR, but I still don't really, I don't really have a reason to use them. It would just be getting more VR content for kind of unnecessary things, to be fair. Uh, Synapse has uses the eye tracker really well, the haptic triggers. I think VR could definitely do haptic triggers really well. Okay, so I'm looking at this and I'm wondering whether I can put release hand from object inside of the grab component for try release. But I've just said that out loud and it's not going to work because not everything we're grabbing uses try release. So that it just won't work. Okay. I am going to move that though to there. It doesn't make any sense to set the collision before the sequence when the sequence is going to set it back and then back again. Stable palm collision. See how that works. Um, so that's the left hand. Let's just do the same thing with this. I could just change the collision type and then change the variable, but I might just keep doing this. I should probably let stop it from getting complicated. Try this. Something I was gonna do. Oh, I'm bouncing when I grip. Why is grip making me bounce? Falling really fast as well. Gravity's up. Gravity feels really high. Why was I doing this? Palm collision. I'm pretty sure it was because when I let go of weapons, they were just bouncing off my hands. Let's test it, see what goes on if I don't remove the collisions. So that was what happens. The gun attaches to your hand. You were bouncing climbing too. Was I? Let's have a look. I'm not bouncing climbing. That's probably just me shaking. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, that's when I press the grip button. So it's something to do with really. It's something to do with a release hand from object, or I think it's the release hand from object. I'll take a look in a minute. Um, no collision. Wait you for a minute. Stable collision on the hands. Okay. So that's not gonna allow us to grab anything afterwards. I'm pretty sure. Uh, I could set collision to true when I do it up here. That way I wouldn't need a timer. But the problem is if I don't grab anything, I'm not going to be able to press any of the buttons. Okay. So we need this bit. I might be able to move that actually as well. Put that into the release hands because that fires no matter what. So putting that in there, I can just pass through the motion controller right, and then I can bypass that node completely. Okay, we'll come back to that one. We'll figure out this collision first. Wait. I really, really want to tidy up this grabbing stuff because right now it's just unnecessary. We need that before. If we do it before it is valid, it's going to happen no matter what. If we do it afterwards, it won't. Just test the right hand for now. Seems okay. And then I should be able to press buttons still. Offset somehow. Yeah, every time I press the grip button, it's bouncing me. So it's something to do with that release hand from object. I'm gonna have to do a check in there. This is an interface. Past me just saved. Oh yes. Did hide hands when grabbing message, and then I find that section that's got my hand grabbing, hand snapping, because this fires no matter what happens. Cool. Oh, I still need a check. I'll need to do. Oh, have I got it in the player? I think I've got it in the player. Yes. This is getting to be so much better. Hopefully, those who own the template are pretty happy with this. I think it's becoming a lot more manageable and easier to read. Sure, I can hide all of these now. Update hands. Update hide hands. Update. Update hide. Data. Character settings. Um, hide hands when grabbing. Just so we can see it working. Well, that's not good. Well, I've got my booleans the right way around. Okay. Grab. We hide. Yeah. Look at this. We're on a roll. We're cleaning up. Oh my god. Look how much easier this is getting to read. And keep all the hand grabbing stuff exactly where it needs to be. And the player. Although that said, it could really be in the character controller. So now it's the hand collision I need to get back to. And also the little hop every time I release the hand. Just double check. 1080p presence that I may struggle to read. See, I've got the stream on 1080p. It should be anyway. I think. What do I have it set to? Yeah, it's set to 1080p. Because people were complaining when I have it at 4K that they can't see. Plus, my computer screams at me. Test here is to see if really subtle, but it is happening when I press that button. So, hand skeleton, motion controller, prevent release hand from object. Do we pass another variable through to it, say if object is valid? Or is it just the release climbing hand that's causing the issue? Yeah, it's that node. So release climbing hand, that could stay where it is. We just go to climbing. Release climbing hand. We need to do some kind of check in here. So we have climbing. Is climbing. If we're climbing, then we can release our hand. If not, we can't. Oh my god. Oh. You want me to be at 200%, you won't need to go. I'll keep that in mind the next time I do a stream. Oh, my eyes. Just a heads up, family's on the way home, so stream's probably going to be ending in about half hour or so. Because we've been going forever as well. Okay. Oh my god, my eye. Did I got something in it? Oh, okay. Did that, and that fixed it. Settings. Do do do. Right hands when grabbing. Turn you off. This is how much easier that is to read. This is becoming free. I know the stuff on the right 100% cannot go in the player controller. And the stuff at the bottom is menus, hand menus, skeletal mesh controls. Then we've got interact, widget points, harm collisions, game, replication bit. Let's just review. Oh, look how much cleaner that is. This is the bit I'm gonna have to fix next. Is to stop them, stop the weapons and actors falling, like spinning around the hand again. Jesus. Why are you not doing is valid? Hmm. I don't know. I think I need the is valid, and there was a reason for it. Let's take a look. Oh, there they are. Oh my god. Try grab gets an error. Nearest component left. Access not trying to read properly. Nearest component left. So that's that target. I can't put the is valid inside of there, so it has to be out here. I could do. Get up. It's still gonna be the same. Why not? If I can't change it, I can't change it. That could also go in the grab stuff. If motion controller is equal left, use ghost hand left. And if it's right. And then I could remove the variable from the try grab and just put that into the player settings. So you can turn it on or off. Rather than having it per actor. So I assume if you're going to use it, you want it on all the actors. You don't want it just on the one. So in here, I could do that. Have two variables that I pass through from the main character. It's going to look very nice. Because I've got ghost hands enabled on the crank wheel. So like that. So you can kind of see the overlay or where your hand would be. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That one needs fixing anyway. That might be worth me just doing that. I will have to pass through the hand ghost. It's such a shame it's also not a skeleton mesh hand, but having two at the same time is just so bad for performance. Or do I remove it? Do I just remove that completely? I don't know if anybody's using it. That's the thing. I feel like it would be better to remove. Good vibes. You can make it nanite. I can't because I'm targeting mobile PC, mobile headsets. Sorry, I've got to keep that in mind. And nanite's not supported on mobile. So I've got everything I do. I've got to try and think about performance. Yeah. Either way, I'm thinking about moving the set visibility code to the other blueprint. That will be fine. That will clear this up. It's just a case of then deciding how I go about it. Because it just doesn't look right when the hand's out completely. That's the thing. That's what I don't like. It would have to be change. It would have to change the static mesh to a version of the skeletal mesh in its animated state, which isn't impossible. It's quite easy to do. I could just set the mesh, but it's like, is it worth doing, or am I just overcomplicating it? They also apply for a PSVR2 dev kit. They're not very easy to get, and if I did, I wouldn't be allowed to talk about it. It's in their contract. You can't talk about it. You can't do anything on YouTube with it. You can't show it off. You can't. I can't make content for it. I can't show how to set it up. Basically, it would just be I would know I've got it and I could play with it, but that's all I'd be able to do. So as a outside point, it doesn't seem like it's really worth it. Wait there. I can't see the comments because of the bloody little heart in there. Are you target higher platform too? The thing is, this works on any platform you want. The only thing you've got to do if you want to target PSVR2 or any other platform desktop is go to project settings, go to rendering, and then set where is it? Did I go past it? Forward shading to off, so it goes back to deferred rendering. You can enable fixed foveated rendering, and then you can go through, and that will allow you to use Lumen and Nanite. And if you want the nice features that don't get enabled with it, you can just come down to here. Uh, where is it? Here it is. Post processing. Enable bloom, ambient occlusion, auto exposure, motion blur, whatever you want. And this template now works for higher platforms. As long as PSVR2 supports OpenXR, which knowing them, it will not. But but the thing is, it's like even if I got one and I built a template version that works with PSVR2, I couldn't tell anybody I've got it, and I don't think I'd be able to sell it. Like I don't think I'd be able to sell it to developers. I don't think they would allow that. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that you got to think about. I think I'm gonna remove the ghost hands. I'm gonna remove them and then I'll have a think about an easier way to implement it. That looks nicer. Look at this. Look at this. How much better is this starting to look? That which one's FSR? There's so many different things. Something rendering. As long as you're doing desktop, it looks like it works. Oh, it. Yeah, I know what you mean. No, it doesn't work. It works on Quest desktop, but it doesn't work on. It's like NVIDIA DLSS. It doesn't work on mobile standalone. That's something you'll have to keep in mind. I don't have an AMD GPU, which is why I didn't know what it was. Where Ghost Hands? We've done so much more than I actually planned on today. It's a good job I stopped working on that bloody utility widget. It just wasn't going anywhere. I'll take a look into that off stream, but I might do another stream tomorrow, depending on how my meetings go. It seems like people have had fun today, which is good. And I've also refactored so much more of this than I even planned on doing. Still need to fix this thing with a collision. Stop it from wrapping around the hand. This is the equivalent of like coding something, you're so happy with it. Oh my god. It looks like I've had a spring clean. Look at the difference. This looks like a little bit of a spider web, but it's fine. I don't remember where this one's coming from. Man, it looks great. Thank you. It's surprising, isn't it? Like that's what the graph looks like, and I'll show you what it looked like beforehand. We'll do a side by side. pretty much that bit, but it's not included in the movement graph as well. Like imagine all of this in the same graph. It's not easy to see, but like that section compared to that section now, readability is so much better. Collision, this needs to be sorted. I've got a feeling this might have to still be a delay, so I might have to sequence this down and then do a delay for it to stop it from colliding with the hands. Something like that. And then delay, oh my god, do it for like half a second. Same thing here. You get so many people saying that blueprints is like scary and all that, or like what should you learn, but it's, do so much with it. Okay, let's go. Is it just me being bad? There we go. I definitely need to greatly improve. Did I just did I just kick it? Still took my hand. I definitely need to improve the grabbing from a distance. I don't like it. Again. What did I just do? I plugged that into their hand. Control C, Control V. Oh, I could move this inside of there as well. I just realized. Release hand from object. Goes through, and then it only sets the collision back to the hand once we've done that. I need to test some of this to make sure it's actually moving away and then returning properly. Because I've got some kind of gut feeling that it's just snapping. And I fall. Yeah. Oh, I would have to pass through the palm collision. I don't need to do that. Um, Do. Target held component left. Held component left is valid. Goes to true grab. If it's not valid, it just clears held component and does the rest. I just do that. Go through is not valid. Held component right. But I'm getting the motion controller second reference. How the hell am I passing that in? Wait, I'm just going to try this and see what breaks. That's weird. Huh. Okay. This is for the hand switching stuff. Yeah, it's the second motion controller reference. I'm trying to optimize too much. Release is true. This is controlling the auto grab. So if I'm holding something with two hands, so let's say I've got the rifle, two hands now. If I release with the first one, it automatically snaps to the second, and then the other way around. So that's what's controlling that logic there. And I just tried to release and it didn't do it. I think I broke something. Pretty sure that try release should fire. Hmm. What happens if I disconnect this lot? It definitely needs that one clear. Let's plug that in there. Yeah, it just breaks. Can't even grab it now. Yeah, I thought that would break. Okay, I've got to figure out what I broke. Just switch. Okay. Seems to be back to normal. Cool. Take a look at both of those afterwards. I don't think I need them. Oh, release, I'm setting it back to 0. Right. Cool. Hey, I think that might be it for now. Pretty much. I think we've done a lot more, but that should be okay. One thing I would like to do is see if I can remove the cast nodes from the animation blueprint. But the problem is we're getting values that we need to set. So if I could change this, then as long as you give any animation blueprint these variables, or you just duplicate it, it would then work. So in theory, you could just swap out any skeletal mesh hand model, and it wouldn't care. But right now, it needs to go to the animation blueprint. But I don't know if that's just overcomplicating it. I don't have a set of hands to use in replacement, so I think it'd be a bit pointless. If you wanted to ask what you think of it, I think it's pretty solid. I'm really pleased with it. Like if I was using this for development now, I'd find this so much easier to work with than the update that's currently out. Which I think is a good thing. I think I'm just trying to convince myself at this point. I haven't made it more complicated. Cool. I don't know how many times I can say cool. I'm just playing around with stuff now. That make it easy to read just small things like that now. What I might do is put together a Windows build and a Quest build and let people have a play around with this before I release the update. See if they can find any bugs. No doubt they will be able to. But it makes it a little bit easier just because Epic's pretty slow at updating the template on the marketplace. So I've just got to keep that in mind when I finally do the update. And I'm also going to try and redo the grabbing from a distance. I really don't like it. Yeah. All right, everyone. I think family's gonna get back in a minute, so I think I'm just gonna wrap up and call it. But thank you so much for dropping by. It's been quite a fun day, and I think we've got quite a bit done. Um, if you like this kind of stuff, make sure to let me know. Just leave it in a YouTube video comment somewhere, or make sure to head over to the Discord as well. Links all in the description. And then if you want access to the version that's currently out, it's up on the Patreon and the Epic Games Marketplace. So you can head over to there and grab it. And if you want to support it and help me do more stuff like this, I'm gonna aim to do a lot more stuff like this over this year. So Patreon's probably the way to do it. Just gotta shout it out because I don't do it enough. But yeah, awesome. Honestly, thank you so much for dropping by. It's been fun. Now to figure out how to end this. You'd think I've never done a stream before, wouldn't you? All right, stop streaming. All right, bye.